Hello. Alrighty. We've got a little more work to do today on the IBM Electromatic. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Cough to me too. Wait, could you hear that? I will have to look into the audio muting. I didn't know that. It's supposed to be muted leading up to the stream. Okay, good to know. So it's supposed to unmute. Oh, maybe it was in the last 10 seconds. You know what? I think it unmutes towards the last 10 seconds. Anyway, this is going to be the final stream on this typewriter because it's now working. And we just have a couple of things to sort out. One of them, a little more than I realized from the success yesterday, we definitely need to sort out, but we have a specific order of things that we need to do today. So let's go over this. We only got about that much. Yeah, okay. Oh, doesn't matter. All right. Once I hit live, I treat it as the camera's on me at all times anyway. All right. We don't need this again today. All right. I'm just going to kind of get straight into it. I don't think we're going to be low on time. Am I live on YouTube also? Hopefully. Yeah, I'm just going to get right into it because we've been kind of at this for a little while. So, all right. The first thing I want to do today is check for stickiness in the cams and the power roller underneath here. But I've been holding off on touching this until the end of stream yesterday, so I've not touched this at all this morning because I want to mark down each key that sticks a little bit when I first type on it, because those are the ones where the oil is solidifying overnight, and those are the ones that need the service. Because after you type on it a little bit, they're all fine, but it's that little initial stickiness that I want to try and solve. We're going to try and just flush them out with IPA, and then if needed, maybe put a little 3-in-1 on there. I'm not crazy about that because I don't want to get oil near the rollers. Before we do that, though, I need to take out the platen, which is very, very important, it turns out, because if we look at the test print from yesterday, it's, wow, that's too bright, huh? Okay, hold on, let's see if I can turn this down and have it be acceptable. Here we go. There are holes in the print It was impressing so hard that it was literally tearing holes in the paper, and I didn't realize that until after last stream. So when I said you can see the print on the roller, yeah, I wasn't kidding. There.
CHEER 100. It's now a religious text.
And a line.
Yeah, Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Here are the characters I typed there. And then worse off, here's some other ones. Now, I don't think these were me, but those were typed on there. So yeah, it was doing some not so hot things to the roller, but the roller is in pretty rough shape all around. It's got a lot of miles on it. So I'm not super concerned about it, but I don't want to make this any worse. So we're gonna need to set the impression strength. I think we take it in here to make it weaker. So I'm not super concerned about that, but we will test that. But for this first test, I don't want to beat the roller to death, so we need to not have that in there. So, it's just in stencil mode. Stencil out, or in stencil out, I don't know. Stencil mode is like a literal real mode. But I think it's a 3-position switch. I did not realize that. Didn't realize it was real. It's real. I think what stencil does, though, is prevents it from lifting the ribbon. I'm not 100% sure, though. So we'll mess with that, too, because that's the key that I don't really fully understand. Set key strike to stone? Yeah, exactly. So there is an additional thing that I could check or not, but I'm going to go with not checking it. And it's the key basket sticking. So before we move any cams, I need to make sure all of the keys are dislodged, or the hammers, I should say, are dislodged from the basket. That way they don't stick on that. There we go. So I think, yeah, those are now completely fully dislodged. So none of them will hesitate to move because of the sticky rubber thing on there. While you're here, get some pics of the markings on the slugs. It's an F with a lightning bolt. There you go. And an E with a light. No, they're an E and an F with a lightning bolt. They kind of alternate. Here's one of the goals for today is I'm going to type out every single character 5 times, both capital and lowercase, so that we can scan and potentially make a true type font. I think that would be fun. Font Forge is really easy to use, so it wouldn't be that difficult. I don't know about things. He's got some super nerds who can identify them. All right. The shoelace belt is so jank, you probably want to get something better if you can. No, the shoelace belt is amazing. We're going to make it slightly less jank, though. So don't worry about that. That's one of the goals for today. Let's get to the first goal so that we can actually touch the thing, though. All right. So what we're going to do first here is I'm going to go through and I'm going to press each key very lightly because I want to see which ones don't strike. And then I'm going to mark down those ones. We will work on the cams for those to make sure that they're smooth. So, and then we'll check them later if maybe we need to push them in. I don't think we need to adjust the alignment of any other cams now because I think once they start moving freely, they work just fine. I think it's just that initial drop where they have to spin and then be caught and move before the oil in them is, like, you know, malleable. So let's do this. Okay, I'm going to press every single key. Like I said, I'm going to mark the ones that are not working so great. So I'm going to work from right to left here. Okay, question mark. So I'm going to do this. Period. That one's good. Comma. It's down here. I just broke the lead. Yeah, see, the key is fine. The problem, or the cam is fine. The problem is that initial drop. M, good. N, good. B. B, we should tweak. V I knew would need it. See, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then if I just hold it, it might jostle into place from the vibration of the motor. Nah, That one's too sticky. Okay, so definitely V. I'm a little nervous about that. Please drop. Okay, cool. V for sure. Okay, C is good. X, good. Z, we'll at least exercise Z. We'll check that. Okay, dash, good. Semicolon, good. L, good. K, good. J needs some work. Okay, H, good. G could use a little bit. F, good. D, not so good. S needs some. Oh my gosh, is it just a whole keyboard? And then A, also beep. Carriage return, I think, is fine. Yep. Okay. Top row. What is this? Quote? Good. P. Good. O. Bad. I. Bad. U. Good. Y. Good. T. Good. R. Good. E. Good. W. I feel like W needed help yesterday. Q. I'm going to mark W and Q. I don't care if W passed this time. 0. Good. 9. Needs help. 8, 7, 6. I'm gonna mark 6 as needing it. 5, 4 needs it. 3 needs it. 2, 1. Wow. Okay. Man. Okay. That was a lot of keys. So all the ones with the dashes on the side are gumming up just slightly. Okay. I don't think V ever actually struck. There we go. Weird. All right. Now, before we continue, what I'm going to do next is I want to test the strike force of this. So, here we go. Okay. Now I'm going to turn. I have a rough feel for it. Oh, hold on. Let me just re-demonstrate this. Okay. So, I'm gonna roughly put my finger in there. Okay, I got a feel for it. I'm gonna turn this way. Whoa. That's so much quieter and weaker. I didn't realize we had a throttle. Hold on. How many of you have ever revved a typewriter before? Okay, well, I understand how that works now. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Okay, so that's weaker. So I don't think we would murder that. Also, it's not lifting the ribbon. So in lifts, middle lifts it like a little bit, out lifts it a lot. Oh, okay. Interesting. You don't need to flip the ribbon. I've never seen that before. So in, it's the top side that it hits. Middle, it doesn't move it at all. Well, it jiggles a little just because, you know, it feels like it. Out, it lifts it all the way up to strike the bottom of the ribbon, I think. That's kind of cool. So you can choose which ribbon. So this technically could use a bicolor ribbon. Okay. Dude, this motor's so hilarious. Oh my gosh. All right, well, I'm less scared of leaving the platen in there now. You know what? I'm going to leave it out because we have a little more work to do and we don't need it in there for the moment. Okay. Let's get this thing. I want to put it on its side again so that we can work on the cams because that's going to be important. So let me bring that in. Trying to set the minimum or the maximum position for that so it can't smash that stuff. It's not color shift, is it? I think seeing black-red stencil control. Well, it's not. Are there black correcting ribbons? Correcting ribbons are pretty rare and uncommon. That one that I got that I demonstrated in the video kind of was like a specialty item. Black and red are a lot more common. But yeah, it's not a color shift. I think it is color shift, but I don't know why it's stencil in and out. But that's what it is. Also, for the ribbon's sake, it was good that we figured out the impression strength because this thing was up to its old tricks again and was punching holes in the brand new ribbon. Look at that. This thing's ready to party, man. Okay. So, I have plans for this later, don't worry. Let's get it on its side and tweak the cams. Well, actually, we're not tweaking anything. We're just going to lubricate them. We're going to flush and lubricate them. I need to get that thing out of here. Get it set to emboss. You say that, but it's literally meant to push through the paper to the carbon paper behind.
89 raiders from Parts People have joined. End of line.
Parts People and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently working on an IBM Electromatic typewriter from sometime between 1940 to 1946, I'm gonna say. Serial number places it in 1946, I think, and the IBM top here places it in 1946 as well, so it's seeming like that's the time. But it also has a weird set of features that I actually cannot find any other examples of this that have. But we're working on it, getting it going. We have it almost entirely fully functional at this point. Actually, I think everything does work. We're just tweaking and tuning a couple of things, make it not weird, like having a shoelace sticking out of the side. All right. What? You know, they say you never know the last time you pick up your kid and you won't have that experience ever again. There'll be a last time that I ever put this up on its side, and I don't think I'm gonna miss it. Okay, so these are all the roller cams. They follow the power roller and you push them in, boop, by releasing the thing is locked because power needs to be on. It releases the cam, it spins, the cam gets pulled in, flippy doodads, and then it is all good. So what we need to do is make sure that those cam bearings, they're not really bearings, they're more like just pivot points, freely spin so that each one of these can move without being jammed. It's It's not the end of the world if they stick when it first turns on, but it would be nice to not have that be a thing and just have it be good and work. So we're gonna mess around with this a little bit here. I kind of wish I had a shorter stool. Oh wait, I do. It's the one I do my script readings with. Yeah. I wonder if other YouTubers do this. When you're sitting at a table to read a script, I have a chair that I took the back off of, so you don't see the chair. Oh, that's the perfect height. Oh my gosh, I could have been doing this the whole time instead of sitting on my knees. What an idiot. How did I never think about this before? All right, I'm gonna remove the power roller. Adjustable stool. No, because the thing is, a short one like this, I'm fine being on rollers. This, I do not want on rollers. I want that to be static. So I'd rather have two. Okay. Now all of these are gonna spin freely because, well, that one not quite so much. Because I went through and tested each key already today. So they've recently been massaged free, but we're gonna go ahead and look at our notes, find the ones that have the issues and tweak those. So let's start with, I still have to stand, but this is not anywhere near as bad. Question mark.
David
All right.
said, how did you never think of this before? Simple. You make things harder and more complicated. Are yourself not simple or CHEER. End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. Wish I'd thought to silence. Okay. Oh, that's right. This sucks. Okay. Alcohol. I'm gonna try and get it in here too. See what that does. All right. Well, that's interesting. Even when you hold it, it can't freely spin around. Man, if only there was some kind of roller that was powered that could do this. That would be so nice. It's also possible it could be the spring lever. So each one of these keys has a lever on them that holds against a peg on there. I haven't checked how that feels on any of these. Yeah, it feels about the same. Yeah, I think that's not it. Okay. All right, I'm going to juice up the air compressor because this is going to be a very air compressor-y situation here. Get a paper towel. Okay, I really like the stool. Why did I not do this earlier? Okay, this time, nah, I don't really want to wear safety glasses. They're just going to fog up. I'm going to have to do this for too long. Okay. gonna try and put barely any oil on here.
For Coons and CHEER 100 times against 2020 it's. In other news, water is wet. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Your safety glasses full wraparound goggles? Yes, that's the problem. This is going to take too long. If they were just open face glasses, I would wear them. But they're not. They're full on like chemical vapor kind. Get some regular, yeah, I could use some that are like the sunglasses style. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I know, I need to get them. There's always more things that I could get. I don't feel bad about not having them because there's a billion different things I can always be getting. Like one of the last things that I got that's like, oh, you could just get that. Sandpaper, so that I can actually machine things down slightly if I need to. But it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can just get that, but you do have to actually get it. So, you know. All right. And you don't know that you need them until you need them. So there's always going to be an instance where you need them and you don't have them. Again, I am not going to feel bad. Yeah, I'm not going to ask Dziak to come bring me safety glasses like that for a project that, in all honesty, I'd probably live if I just poured this straight into my eyes. This is the worst. Well, maybe the isopropanol is the worst thing. It's not going to be a problem. For one, you'll notice I'm spraying it this way, away, anyway. So, again, not an issue. Also, I should stop recording. I don't need more footage of doing this. Okay, I'm going to mark the plus key as done. Okay, comma. Okay. You know what I'm going to do here, real quick, like. I'm going to grab a long twist tie. This was comma, I think. And I want to feed this around the key I'm currently working on. That way I don't have to remember which one it is. And I can just pull that. Argue the seller out of 20 cents on the dollar. Dziak, I almost sicked you on an eBay seller today until I realized that the thing they were shipping was in Israel, and it was going to be $300 for shipping no matter what. So I denied you the opportunity to browbeat someone. Sorry. I will say what it is, though. Someone listed an HP Series 200 on eBay at 9836, non-C, and I look for every single one of those that gets listed on eBay. I have a running search. I look at all of them because I want to see which ones are equipped with what cards in case one of them actually gets the RGB card. Well, this one had a different card that I didn't know about. It was not the RGB card. It was a monitor card, and it took some reading, but it has the 6845 CRTC controller, but only does the character graphics layer. It turns out there's a separate card that can do the display, the actual graphics. It's the alpha layer. The one that's on eBay can only do the alpha layer. There's a separate card that can do the graphics layer. They don't overlay with each other like they do on the original display. They output to two separate displays over composite video. But you need both cards, and this one only had the, I'm gonna call it the MDA card. So it was kind of funny, but once I realized it was only the alpha, I was not interested anymore because I want the whole thing with graphics, because I literally wrote my own program for doing graphic drawing. Sooner does something weird, shocking. and sanity, I think I might very much be a 200 collector. If there was only one thing I would be allowed to collect for the rest of my computing hobby, it would be Series 200. Was on a dog face left AMD swag sunglasses somewhere in that office. I'm not wearing sunglasses. New lights aren't that bright. And I will reveal what the new lights are at the end of stream. Oh yeah, I was too happy yesterday, and I forgot to release the second channel video. I was so too pleased with myself with how this typewriter went. I completely spaced on it. So I released that this morning. I tried out the collab feature for the first time ever, and it seems like the answer is I should be doing that every single time from now on, because it made the second channel video get about half as many views as a main channel video, because I think it gets recommended to the main channel audience. I was initially only going to do it because that video was like literally a follow-up to a main channel video, so it just kind of made sense, but I might do that from now on. We'll see. Worst case, people can just block the second channel if they don't want to see those videos, so it still gives them that option. I kind of like the idea more of opt-out instead of opt-in. Then IBM Electric Typewriter Customer Engineering Manual of Instruction from 1953. Interesting. That could be for the Model A or the Model B, but yeah. Would it keep working if you did it every time? Might fail the A/B test? I know, that's why we gotta try it more. Yeah, we never see it anymore. So what do you want me to do with the 200? That's the problem. Here's the bigger problem, okay? It is impossible to film. It's one of the reasons why I keep looking out for the RGB card. Because once I can video capture that thing, all bets are off. We can do whatever we want. We can write the cap reforming software on it. We can mess around with doing math on it instead of a calculator or something. Not being able to see the display on camera kind of harshes the buzz. Really ban HP 200 calculator. Most expensive $7 Shelby's ever spent. That is incredibly true. Okay, yeah, that one doesn't feel amazing. Oh, I don't think I blew out the other one with the oil. I don't remember which one it was, so there we go. I'm gonna guess it was this one. Seems the wettest. All right. And it does confirm other channels also use that feature, and it recommends subs to both channels, including showing. Yeah, that I know. I can also tell you now, though, that the let's call it the Collab E channel does not get a revenue share, and they don't get access to revenue information, and they don't get access to the comments on their own backend. Because I was kind of really hoping it would make it so that I could see all the comments in one place. My gosh, that would have been so nice. Basically, I have to re-log into every channel every time. It's so annoying. Or use like the container tabs in Firefox and have one tab for each, or one container for each account. It's super annoying. Two browsers? I have 4 YouTube channels. Also, Firefox supports profiles. You don't need that. You just have to launch Firefox with the profile selector flag, and then you can just pick whichever one you want. Yeah, 4 Firefox profiles. You can have an unlimited number of containers, which are basically profiles inside profiles. That's easier because you can then right-click a tab and then click open in container. So I'll just have like one pinned YouTube tab, and then I'll right-click it and open in container second channel, and then that lets me see that. It's still annoying to have to do something like that, though. You don't even need the FAF for the profile selector. It just asks you on start. Interesting. I haven't used multiple profiles in a while because the container tabs are just better. Talk about new profiles or old profiles? I have no idea what new profiles might be. If it has anything to do with a sign-on, no. Whatever's in the .mozilla folder, that's what I'm talking about. So whatever you want to call that. I keep tearing it. Idiot. I have a feeling that Philip isn't going to be here. They had a medical emergency happen yesterday, but if they get a chance to watch a VOD, I'm glad it sounds like it's going okay. It really sucks that happened. I hope you recover quickly. I didn't know if they would show up today or not. I had a feeling not, but I was just holding out because they've been helping out a lot with this. And in general, one of the reasons why I even attempted this was that they do a lot of typewriter restoration stuff on the Discord server, and it's really cool to see and was encouraging for this. Mango might be for Model A mentions V-belts between the motor and power roller. Interesting. Change directly in the browser without that. Interesting. I'm still not going to bother. That was J, I believe. Because containers are just better. B. Okay. Okay. God, I thought for a second, wow, it isn't even rotating when you do it. And then I realized that I haven't. Oh, I forgot to blow out the oil again. There we go. Trying to make sure any excess loose oil does not stick around because I don't want it on the roller. I'm just gonna have to flood that one. Not enough room. Do containers solve your entire browsing history as one keystroke near a mailbox way? Don't think I've actually used them in anger. Maybe? I don't know. When I want to open a sketchy link, I just open a private tab. So that's not an issue. I know the crazy thing that Ben could do is just use the search bar instead of the URL box. I suspect, wow, that one was fragrant. I suspect container tabs do isolate your history, though. Then, this is Firefox. That is a search box. Ooh. Let me show you the magic. So you go up here, you click this, okay, or you click this. That's one of them. They keep changing things. Customize toolbar, and then you can add the search bar back to Firefox, and all is right in the world. That's for search. I mean, how often are you typing URLs in directly? My gosh, what do? Memorize phone numbers too? Yeah, for URLs, you're just boned, sorry. No, I am joking. Obviously, I type in a bunch of URLs directly as well. Ooh, a customer service manual. That's cool. I don't think we've seen that yet. Autocomplete also searches bookmarks. That it definitely does, yes. Stream safe profile use. It's green so you can tell it apart. You should sort it. Yeah, this is one of the benefits to having a dedicated stream computer, but that's not always trivial. Well, that was oil. Okay. Oh, this one's gonna be pain. Okay. Yeah, not doing this for every single cam was the right play. This is a lot of in-depth work. Targeting on this is better. Just blank the stream if they're typing into their browser and stuff. That kind of makes sense. I do a lot of more like actual research on stream though, so I can't really do that. Dedicated computer just makes way more sense for me. Yeah, I'm just gonna be smart. I'm gonna feed it in from the front the first time. Okay, next one. Ooh, that was a lot. so annoying that it locks in place that I can't just free spin it. On the other hand, that would have resulted in auto typing at an unpredictable speed, so it had to have this. It's not optional. Okay, oil pass. $14 parking meters makes you $150. Yeah, good luck with that. Nothing on there goes cheap. They were selling 6 Electrify America EV chargers for $150 until the last day when it skyrocketed to $3,200, and then someone chickened out on that and never picked it up. I didn't pay attention to what they got relisted for, or went up to again on the next bid. Oh, on Marketplace. Yeah, okay, I forget. That doesn't exist. Sorry. Wait a minute. I think that's how I could finally get people to stop parking where I don't want them to park, Deziak. They see a "you'll be towed" sign and they think, try me. They see a toll thing and they'll think, nah, I'd rather not spend a quarter. Or on the other hand, maybe I just start making money. Technically, I am allowed to sublease. All right, there's the G. Okay, V. V for very sticky. Oh, automatically your stream is G-Pin. Do we have a default blamer in Ben streams? I'm the blamey in Ben streams. That's so mean. I'm not even there to defend myself. Ugh. Oh man, that one's... Yeah, that one needs some love. It's got... Oh, it looks like it has fluid. I don't know, it almost seems like it's scratchy. Interesting. Maybe it just really needs a small amount of oil. There we go. That might be a better balance. Redeems, what does Shelby think of this? Nobody tell him he's a redeem. What? It's no fair. You're right. Before and after my streams, I don't have time. Getting memed on by my own mods. Oh wait, Ben's not a mod. It's one of those times where it pays to have a lot of patience. Okay, this one might really improve with the oil. Kind of Zen meditative work, yeah. Why is there a compressor in the office? Because I use air for multiple things. For one, my desoldering gun, air powered. Two, I'm using an air compressor to aerosolize and remove all of the oil on here. And then I think I have a third output that I don't use for anything. There wasn't room in it for a toilet here. I didn't reach that far. The air compressor is a very, very handy tool. Basically a cheap way to get a lot of force. Air-powered desoldering tools, what does that cost? Not cheap. That is a Metcal DS1 with an MX500 base. If you get lucky, you can find them cheap. Because they're a little old. They're at the point where places are dumping them now. But getting parts can be tricky if you don't get it complete. Do I have a good water filter on it? Yes, it's called Arizona. No, don't buy it from DigiKey. No, don't buy it new. That's crazy talk. That is the air compressor. I've only ever used this, and this is incredible. So I can't tell you. Let me put it this way. There's no pump on here. It weighs nothing. It's super easy to service and maintain. I love this thing. Plus, does your Hacko allow you to pretend you're getting a Glock ready? All right, that's the V key. I will not be surprised if the V key does not fully come back. It seems like it's a little worn. It's scratchy right there. But that would be in the power roller part, so it's really just that.
SA/DA. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, D key. Alrighty. Oh wait, put it in from the front here. All right. No. The nice solder sucker is here. Soldapult. Highly recommended if you want an actual solder sucker. Fully serviceable, replaceable parts. Very easy to use, actually works. When you clean it, you can like actually clean it. It doesn't suck. I mean, well, it does suck, but that's the good side. Is it does suck very well. Yeah, that's not my preferred solution, but if I have something where I don't want to use the desoldering iron on it, that's the way to go. You don't want one of the cheapo aluminum ones. They're terrible. Out as Pixel Retro Web? Awesome. Yeah, I figured those would be better than the stream crap. And it's a very fine movement that you need to get used to with the solder sucker to use them safely and effectively. I feel like I forgot to spray out the oil again. I can't really say because I'm like right down beside it, but I do think that that air compressor has gotten louder over time. It's a California Tools air compressor meant for like artists airbrushing. So it's tended to be super quiet, but I have kind of a lot of miles on it unintentionally sometimes because I leave it on and leave. I should put it on my power switch so it can't be on while I'm out of the office. It's the one thing here that's not. Put a cardboard box over it, but they generate heat with the pump, so it's not great. Trust me, it's already really good compared to other air compressors that are unbelievably loud. But it's just, I think it's broken in a little bit, is basically it. It's the one that needs to drain. They all have drains for water. I'm not sure what you mean by that. There's no water in it. I guarantee you, if I tried to drain it, nothing would come out. Drain the tank on it each day. I can accelerate where? Oh, you mean you empty the tank. You get out all the air. Yes, that I do. When I remember to shut it off.
Wink Armada subscribed with Prime. They subscribed for 19 months, currently on a 1-month streak. End of line.
First Wing Armada, thank you for the 19 months of Prime sub there. I appreciate that. This one's made out of repurposed refrigerator air compressor. Interesting. I disagree though. Quietest air compressor would be a peristaltic pump. All right, X. You're debating ice cream. Are you winning? Quite as usable air compressor. Well, now you're just adding too many qualifications here. If I oiled the motor today, no. It's already been oiled. Matter of fact, it sounds way, way better now because we found out that the impression strength basically controls. You know, honestly, I'm not even sure. Maybe, you know what? It might actually control the RPM that it runs at, and then the governor restricts how much force goes into it. I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, we're running it at way less power now, so it's having an easier time with life as well. That's kind of cool, Lucky Bob. Well, so Mr. Poolshot, the downside is that this does need to be up. I think it's 80 PSI is what it needs to operate, so it does need some actual grunt behind it. So just a standard airbrush with like a little tiny bit wouldn't work well enough. Did I put oil on this? I don't remember. Does that look like oil? Hold on, let me find out. No, that's alcohol. Or if it wasn't alcohol, then there was enough alcohol in it that I needed to do this anyway. It's going to take a particular person to need that. I don't think it's operational, and I don't know the person, but there is someone who lives nearby me who has kind of the perfect vehicle for something like that. They have like one of those trailers that would have been used to tow like a GM 50s concept car or something. It's incredible. 20s air compressor mounted to the bed nearby the cab on that would make so much sense. So much manual cycling. Okay. You know, do I even need to try and thread this between the stuff? Hold on, so I can see oil, kinda. So this is becoming an ASMR channel since you decided it was, because it's not. I'm still talking over everything. All right, that was... Oh, I wasn't supposed to do X. I was supposed to do S. Well, X got done anyway. All right, on to S. Whoops. It's okay. It only takes like 5 minutes for each key. Totally wasn't a waste of time or anything. Hey, Philip, how's it going? I mean, obviously, I know. But glad you're doing okay. That is scary. So what I'm currently doing, Philip, you're alive. That is an acceptable bar to meet right now. So right now what we're doing is I went through before touching anything and I turned it on and pressed each key. All of the ones that stuck slightly, I marked with hashes, and I'm going through and I'm flushing the cam hinge with alcohol and then adding oil to them so that they can move freely from the start next time. I'm doing a lot of manual cycling on them. 15 to 20 legible carbon copies can be made. Yeah, but does that really count when the top 10 are, you know, just a hole that's smoldering? We all thought, oh, the Xerox copy machines were the first things that made paper warm. No, 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 it's this, is it burned the holes in them. You don't even need the ribbon. Strikes them so hard, it just pow. Also, Philip, you gotta hear the motor. It's hilarious. You're going to make your soggy jealous with this working power roller? I did not know. Oops. Okay, you gotta hear this thing. It's hilarious. So I'm gonna turn on wall power. Everything here should be fine. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna enable the camera microphone so you can hear it more clearly. I can rev camera microphone is silent. What? All right, hold on. Go. Yes, okay. Here we go. It's so hilarious. I have no idea why it's like that. It's so awesome. Interesting wing to breathe hammer speed up and down. Timing of the motor, maybe? I don't know. I was thinking it might adjust the governor, because I think the governor control is back here somewhere. So it might be allowing it to spread out more or something, or hold up, or I don't know. It's so weird. I guess I haven't looked to see if the output shaft spins at a different RPM or anything. Oh my gosh, I think it actually spins faster. It actually just spins faster, just straight up. It does control the RPM. That's amazing. It's just straight up the governor. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Oh my, that is just as good, Philip. That's crazy. Actual throttle control, yeah, it really is. When I get the power roller on, here, actually, let me just put the power roller in because I have the stripe on it, and you'll see the stripe spin faster or not. Here we go. Okay, so adjusting the speed up. And down. It's literally speed control. It's so funny. This thing continues to just be hilarious. We need a second one. All right, I don't think I've oiled this cam yet, so let me do that. I can't race with just one. Oh my gosh. Beat-A-Mink, you know what's hilarious about that? Since it's just it has a drive shaft that's connected to the motor with the throttle. There's literally no reason I couldn't put a gas engine on this thing. As long as I had a gearbox to bring the speed down, it would work. RPM, oh my gosh. You know, looking at the bottom here, I wonder where that counter goes. I feel like it would go right there. Diesel engine, so it turns slower. Sarian, thank you. I appreciate that. Can we add a counter with some 3D printed parts? We could, but I don't really feel the desire to modify it any more than I absolutely have to, so I'd rather not. Yeah, those. Oh, I totally could get a gas engine airplane model. 100%. All right, Z key. Power with a water wheel. I have a green energy electric typewriter. This one does not have enough space. We're gonna have to flood it. All right. Big leather belt, get Victorian factories. Cast iron pulley to big shafts, suspended from the, oh, like the whole building where you'd have the flywheel that's like 15 feet in diameter. Oh my gosh. Get a hamster wheel. Hamster's spinning on the wheel. You go to press a key and it just stops the wheel and the hamster just face plants into it. That's the alcohol I want oiled this time. Of course, I'm gonna have to use a lot here to get it to all the places I need. Oh wait, I never thought about doing that. I can just push this back. That's way better. There we go. You know what happened after you came here? I am working on servicing a typewriter. It may not look like it, because we're looking at the underbelly, and it's weird. But it is, in fact, a typewriter designed in 1935, for the most part. From what I get out of that service manual, I think it might actually be like a 1933 design, because it's basically still the same electromatic. Yeah, looks like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. Yeah, so I'm exercising the cams here after re-lubricating them because they stick after the machine has sat overnight. Today we're mostly focusing on making this thing good. It works. Everything is repaired. I just want it to be good. Because I genuinely really like this thing. It's so awesome. Likely just revision change a bit, a lot of those. Oh yeah, for sure. But what I'm saying is it's not a typewriter that's from 1946. The design is from 1935 or whatever. So it's not like in 1946 they, you know, changed out how the power roller stuff works. This is basically the same as it was when the machine first launched. I don't know, I'm just kind of mentally getting prepared for how I'm going to write this in the video. I don't... I'm going to get people complaining about it no matter how I describe it. All right. That was all of the front-facing keys. So now we move on to the back ones. So let's start with 9. I missed. There we go. Okay. So they're going to spin that way. It's a little easier to get to. All right. Did I error this one out? I don't remember. Just do it anyway. Be sure. 1936, built in 1951, simple metallurgy changes. Understand that concept? Yeah, exactly. Alcohol first. Oh, I got it all over everything. This is just the alcohol, not the oil. It'll go away on its own. Oh, I got it around 2 keys. Oh well, at least it doesn't matter. Just gonna get a lot of extra cycles on that one, I suppose. Fire up the 3D printer. Oh, you couldn't at least find one of the aluminums, Desiac? Jeez. Because I think the Explorers actually had aluminum blocks in some of them. Did find aluminums. He'd throw a fit when they're not. No. There are aluminum 302s that I'm pretty sure were put in the Explorers. Because they were so horrendously heavy. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure there were. No argument now, this machine is 30s design. It's alloy. It's all alloy, granted. Still concerned for the bench, yeah. Miss the ties that real IBM technicians wore? All right, here we go. It's been a little while. I don't think I remember how. There we go. It's sort of Windsor. That better? You like my tie? Got S100 cards, floppies, other floppies. Actually, I think I kind of got a real tie by accident. I actually did it. Now I'm gonna not actually wear this because I don't have a collar and I don't want to sweat up the tie. So that, and I'm just spraying oil and solvent all over. It'd be, maybe not one of the best ideas. So back in the protective baggie it goes. Really never needed to know how before? Here's the secret, okay? You can kind of figure it out on your own. You're gonna wrap something around the front to hide the shame, okay? And then somehow you need to tuck the back behind everything. Once you remember that, you'll be able to kind of first principles reverse engineer how to tie a tie. Okay, let's go back to my RSI. Okay. And how did you get carpal tunnel? I was, re-lubricating the cams on my 1946 IBM typewriter. I am actually feeling it right here. Okay. That was 9. We now need O. I unfortunately really just can't use the power roller for this because I cannot get oil and solvent on it. Beeping machine, all right. Give it a moment to rest? Yeah, okay. I will actually do that. While yeah, maybe not a bad idea. Okay. We'll come back to this in a second. There is an additional project we can work on. Hand crushed. Apparently you ran out of medicine. That sounds like a problem that would happen in America. Okay. All right, now another thing I want to fix here is this. So I have the carriage return strap as just a shoestring that's tied on here, and it's not, you know, the best thing ever. And I have a better idea of, give me the thing back, typewriter. There we go. I have a better idea of how to handle this. So first, let me lock the clutch. There we are. Now, here's my thought. The original belt had this loop on the end of it. I don't want to try and move this, and the belt I'm using now is wider than that, but instead I could use this tiny little key ring, which would totally hook on to the same thing and would work just fine. So I need to come up with a way of attaching this to this. And what I'm thinking we do is do some good old-fashioned sewing. Oh, please tell me I have a needle in here. Good. Okay. By folding this over and then cutting it. But when I cut it, it's going to do that. So we're going to do some... excuse me here. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Ah! Fire! We're going to try and... I hope this is nylon and not like cotton, and we're gonna try and melt the ends like paracord. So we'll see how that goes. Worst case, it, you know, just catches fire. All right, let's figure this out. There is one trick for this that I can do to maybe not have it be terrible. I need to find a PCI bracket cover that we can use as a DZAC, don't even go there, a heating surface that we will put the fire underneath of. Where can I get one? How do I not just have PCI brackets like hanging out all over the place? Here we go. Oh, it's a half height bracket. I don't want to waste that. I didn't even know I had that. Yes, DCAC. What about sewing together with nylon thread? So I have to cut it. Well, I could try and sew this back together. I don't think that's going to be as good. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this. I'm going to fold it in half, and then I'm going to sew these together, and then I can just put this on. Since it's a key ring, it's open loop, and that'll make it so that I have the correct length there. But when I cut this, it will fray. So I want to have a way to singe it back together. So I'm looking for a piece of metal that I can heat. So I probably heard you need a needle and something to hold over for heating. Yeah, I touched it. Gosh. That's why I said don't go there. Come on, I gotta have PCI brackets all over this place. Maybe in this bin. So the reason I'm looking for a PCI bracket in particular is because it will be very thin metal, and it shouldn't take long to heat up, and it should impart the heat effectively into... I really am just describing exactly what I don't want to describe. Oh, screw it. I'll just use this, and it's going to suck. We're going to heat this up with a heat gun first. Because it's going to be so much thermal mass. Just go ask one of the people outside. Stick the cut end in the fire. I know that that can work. It's not the ideal solution. I have seen the light, and the light is not actually the light emitting thing. If you go and buy paracord at a hardware store by the foot, they use a heat cutter, and if they do it right, they cut with the heat like that, and then they take the end and they press it into it, and then that singes it back correctly. When you do it totally correctly, we'll try it on some paracord first, actually, because I have some here. When you do it correctly, none of this was done correctly. You can mushroom it back and make like glass, and it's so good. You have a heated X-Acto knife? Yeah, ooh, that sounds awesome. Is that like a product they sell, or did you just get some like toaster wire and connect it? Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. Foam sculpting tools. Okay, interesting. Press soldering iron on it. I have tried to do that. That does not work. So one of the PCI brackets I have around here has a pool of solder on it, and then I tried to use the bracket and it just like burnt it. It did not work. Okay, so I'm gonna do this just to heat this up so that I don't have to use like all of the gas that's in this just for this. No reason not to crank the temp up. This might even be enough. I don't know though. I don't think it is. That's the I'm smart way of checking the temperature. Guitar string between screws of PCPSU in the background. Oh gosh. Let's see, is this even remotely close? Oh, it is actually. Okay, hold on. So that's melting it. It's like just on the edge though. It's not really doing it with the power that I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea. So you can see how it like glassed over there. So if I let that cool, that'll become a hard bead. So what I want to know is, does this behave the same? So let's find out. I am definitely cutting this. So I'm going to cut a small piece off of the end, and we'll see if this beads like that does. Hold on, I just want to wipe that off. So, does it melt? Okay, it does. I just might need to do it this way. Okay, that's the trick. Alright, we'll just do it with the heat gun directly. No horrifying thing there. Please don't point at the typewriter. Alright. So, we can cut it and have it bead over. That'll work. That was max airflow already. So, yeah. That's rock hard. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Okay. So, now the fun part. We figure out the length that we want, and then we have to cut it. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, I'm glad I checked. We're really far back on the clutch already. We should not be that far back. This is like about ready to let go. So I should be okay leaving it there. Okay, I'm gonna lock the clutch here. Our turn count is already correct. Is this? Oh, it's hot, but it's not like ridiculously hot. I should be okay to put this down. Okay, our turn count should be correct there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna untie this. Have outlets for that Circle K bathroom. Kind of small nuts and bolts, just bolts it through the parts, bolt it together. Well, I was trying to avoid having anything big in here. Used shoelace. This is a used shoelace, yes. It is in particular a used shoelace. That way it's pre-stretched. All right, so I'm gonna say we go here, and I don't want to have to sew a million miles of this back together. So I'm gonna cut it. There. Not as clean as the first one, but it should be fine. Okay. Worst case, I have a second one. All right. So now, I'm gonna put, okay. So we have this free.
T-H-E-E-R, 100, they do panto come in pairs. Panto line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. How many hours on that shoelace? Not too many. So the shoe that it was in, the lace got torn on my tripod holding up the camera that you're looking at me on. So then I replaced both shoelaces, but then the sole fell off the front of the shoe. So it was only like a couple of months. So they're slightly used in that they're stretched, which is good for this application. All right, here we go. All right, that should be basically fray proof. Punch in the middle letters IBM. So here's the end result. It's a solid piece at the end. I cannot pull it apart. And once I bend that back and sew it, this will be one solid part that will never come apart. That makes super glue, sure, yeah, but is super glue as good as this? I can save myself a little time and just sew this on from the beginning. Doesn't really matter though. All right. Behold my incredible sewing skills, and I'm about to demonstrate. Super glue krypton device work great. All right. You won't believe how good I am at this. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be mind-blowing. Right about now I'm wishing I had a thimble. That's probably enough. Stop the ring. It's a key ring. It splits. I can put it on. Didn't see that? That's fine. It's a good thing to call out still. Would have sucked if it wasn't a key ring. I feel like hand sewing the repair on this is the more period correct solution, no matter what. I feel like the bad guy in Toy Story 2 right now. I don't know why. It's like you're doing a good thing, but it doesn't feel right.
Lomo says CHEER 100 is there no HP or IBM sewing machine? End of line.
I genuinely don't know if there's an IBM sewing machine. I doubt there's an HP one. I don't know how you guys are thinking you'd sewing machine this, though. This is really, really tiny. Which side was I sewing? I think I'm going this direction. Hopefully, maybe. Ooh, 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 ooh. While it wasn't installed, that I'm not sure it has to be threaded onto the typewriter first. It was easier to make sure that it was the correct length by doing this. Hopefully it's still the correct length. I think it's pretty tolerant, though. So I'm not super concerned. So I think we all know the real answer. The only sewing machine I should get is the Game Boy one. That would be the cool one to have. Me, my hands hurt from small motor movements. Also me. Let's start sewing. Didn't know the Game Boy one was a thing. Trying to heat weld it together for extra strength. I could just flood it with super glue too. This part I'm not as concerned about having a rigid part to. I was considering trying to do this for the original belt, but then I realized that that would have to go over the pulley and it would be a huge problem. Having a thicker, solid part. I just did this crazy thing where I looped an actual stitch in there. for the end because I want that to be extra secure.
Lomo says CHER 100 dash dot with this talent you could make and sell your own t-shirts dot dot all handcrafted dot. End of line.
Lavo, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. That's it. May have made it not super amazing at the end, but that'll work. And then I put the keyring on after I secure the thread and the needle. And the bobby safety pin thing that I could have used but didn't. All right. This is where I find out it's not a keyring. It is. Boom. There we go. One new belt. Now I can just take this, hook it on there, release the clutch, and we're golden. Dude, that is so perfect. Oh my gosh. Let's see it in action now. I'm afraid if anything it's too long, which will actually just mean it's weak. I do need to put the power roller back in. You lucked out the pulleys are wide enough? I did luck out, yeah. Although there are different widths of shoelaces, so I could have just gotten a different shoelace. There we go. All right. And boom. It's perfect. That still actuates. That's probably the most. Wow. Look at how much the belt flops around. That's crazy. But it's still, it pulls it. That's the spring's job there. Okay. Dude, I'm so happy that worked out so well. Oh my gosh. Here, let me rev it up for you, Chloe. That will never get old. Oh, man. That's so good. Man. Okay. On one hand, must now mow the lawn. On the other hand, I definitely don't. All right, I think I'm gonna start using the other hand and finish up the bottom because there's still more to do on that. Okay, impression strength solved. Belt fully solved now. Dude, I love how that will look like it's meant to be that way until they undo this. Then they find out it's a shoelace. It works, it works. It works really well. Dude, it looks so good. Oh my gosh. I even color matched it. I did intentionally. I would have bought other shoelaces if they had been like blue or something. Although it would have been cool to have, maybe it would have been cool to have a blue shoelace or something there. I don't know, but being black, I felt like it was more respectful to it. Okay. You know, it just occurred to me, these are also flat belt shoelaces. They are not as wide. I could have used these. These would have actually been better shoelaces. Well, that's not making the cut in the video. Work gently into the paint, dab off the cloth. Approved. Rink. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Philip. I do not have WD-40, so I'm not going to attempt that. At best, I might brush it dry, or maybe with a small amount of water and then vacuum. That'll be what I do. Does it have a cover for the belt mechanism? Yes. That goes here. We will put that back on before we're done. That'll be part of the final bits that we have. But for right now, we gotta flip it back on its side and continue massaging the cams. Okay. Dude, I'm so excited and happy with how this is going. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be perfect. The jank disguise system. So apparently some of the earlier ones had a teardrop shaped one that just went over this and then the belt was more exposed. So I think there were problems with having the belt that open. Gone red to match the accent keys? Okay, that would have actually looked pretty good. By the way, so this needle and thread goes with an iron-on kit. So you iron these on and then you sew them on. Not once have these actually helped me because I always use them for the knees of my pants because I didn't realize that I could just use a stool over here and I would kneel down and rip holes in all of my pants knees. And what ends up happening is it fixes the hole and then it just tears around the patch. Almost ashamed to cover it up. I know, right? Like it's not hideous. Well, I mean, there is a slight problem that you can bump the clutch. Oh, I'm having a good time. Okay. Let's get back to cam calibration or greasing. Yay. Okay. Okay. Boom. Oh, I gotta remove the roller. Gotta go? All right. Have a good time and get well, Philip.
100 bump the clutch. Damn it, I stalled the typewriter.
End of line.
Joey, thank you for the 100 bits. You joke, but we have actually seized the motor doing some stuff. Does it have a race cam in it? I mean, it's a pretty lumpy idle. Does it have a gearbox? Yes, this is the gearbox. Right here. It's an 11-to-1 ratio gearbox. Okay. So I'm just going to pull this once. Flip. Whoa, it was stuck again. So this one's extra bad. Okay, how? Oh. I gotta turn it on, but have it be off. There we go. It's a different motion. That way I can collect all the RSIs. Oh my gosh, that just doesn't work. Okay. Ugh. Alrighty. Thankfully, there aren't as many keys on the top side that need this treatment, so this won't be as bad. After this, though, I think we've solved everything and we can put it back together and start to clean it up. And that'll be it. Then we will do a type out of every single character so that we can scan that in and try and recreate the typeface. We're not going to do that today. I'm probably not even going to do it on stream, but that will be out there. I may not try and do it either. I don't know. It would be kind of a lot of work. And there are other people who are better at building the technical end of the typefaces. I mean, I can trace a stencil, but there are better ways of doing it. And I don't know how to do multiple glyphs in a typeface, so maybe just better off letting someone else do it. Just provide the reference material. Okay. Making real good progress. All right, that was O. Now I. All right, I think I am now ready to reveal the lighting solution. That way we can actually talk about it rather than stream just end and then there's no chance to actually discuss anything. So you guys want to see how I did the lighting in the office? So for those of you who are not aware, I had lights up here, all right, that were failing and they would flicker. So I had to come up with a different solution. And I had and I'm not even kidding, like last second idea for how to do it, all right? So total, I did not realize that the chair has been in the way this entire time. Oh my gosh. And I'm also still running the remote desktop. Dude, that's just terrible. So the lighting cost me a total of $40.
For a coon says GHEER 100 a literal light of moment. End of line.
The solution was to get big ol' LED bulbs and put them in my old fixtures and then just stick them up there. That's it. That's all they are. So they're just standard socket light bulbs, giant, bright. They mostly bounce off of the ceiling. If I tried to actually point them at the ceiling in the soft boxes, it would be not as bright. So that's part of why it's reflecting off of that now, because it's lower and brighter and a more concentrated point. Solution need lights on the ceilings was to put lights on the ceiling. Got it. Well, I was trying to figure out what kind of, so for the record, previously I had light panels in the corners. So I had lighting way farther off to the sides pointed in. The reason I was not telling you what this was initially is because these are more centrally located, so they're more likely to cast shadows. And they're point source, they're not panels, and they're closer together, not farther apart. So the shadows are more likely to become an issue. But it seemed like overall, it wasn't actually a big problem. Now, the ones that are here are actually pointed more forward than they are backwards because I found out that I was just illuminating the blinds and the dasher, so I pointed them more forwards. So these will have better cooling the other panels as well. Yes, but again, I can't believe the other ones died from overheating because this is the air vent that I was telling you about. Cold air comes out of there. So it's not like they were not near air conditioning. So, but yes, that is the solution I went for. These went on sale for $20 a pair. It was perfect. I was so excited. So yeah, that's how I did it. And I think it's way better. So yeah, I was avoiding telling you how I did it because I wanted to see if you complained about hard shadows or any other things like that. So there was the blue tint to the light because these are fixed color. Actually, I'll now tell you, these are more green than the other ones were than anything. That's what I immediately noticed in person. But the other lights had white and yellow elements to them, so they had more yellow mixed in than they probably should have. The CRI was probably not ideal. So these are fixed CRI, or fixed white balance. So the CRI is going to be more calibrated for that exact white balance. Bit of a glare on the part of the boxes on the wall. I know, but that doesn't matter. The worst part is, and you guys can't easily see this, so there is an actual bad part, but it doesn't matter. So if I take this and I put it up here, you'll notice that there's a glare that goes away over the blinds because the camera can barely see that light, but it's in an area of the frame, doesn't matter at all. That's real glare. That's just a reflection. Notice shadows in the test benches, trying to figure out what lights you, so you did notice shadows were harsher then. but it wasn't bad enough that you were going to complain about it. Okay. I just wanted it to be acceptable. Now, in theory, I could actually just add more bulbs, and they're not even that expensive. Technically, those are 4 bulb fixtures, but I don't think I can fit 2 right next to each other. It's not because I was actively looking at them to figure out what they were. Well, you were probably trying to be tricky, looking for like reflections in things to get a hint of what it would be. And I was aware of that potential. No, diffusing, there's not enough space. So to give you an idea, I'm going to touch the bulb with the tip of my fingers, okay? So there is this much space between the top of the frame and the lights. So diffusion won't help because I can't get it close enough to them to actually make a difference. Or I can't get it far away enough to make a difference, I should say. All right, there was my next wrist strain relief break. I can see that took forever to spin, so we're gonna keep working on this one. I don't know if we already alcoholed it or not, but I think it could use some more. It's not even worth it. Yeah, I think it's turned out pretty well overall. I'm happy with how it looks. Again, if I was going to do anything, I think I would just add more bulbs. More bulbs would add in different positions. So I'd get more light fixtures and hang them in different areas of the ceiling. More bulbs would add more harsh shadows, but it would reduce the amount that the shadows are for each new position they are. Get more spares. I do want to do that now. Yeah. So my original plan, I'm actually probably going to buy a lot more spares. My original plan was actually to get these and then point them straight up at the ceiling in the room at home where I film, and then use that as bounce lighting, kind of like I do here, to eliminate the glare from the single point light source that is the fan, because that's what ruins that camera view when I'm looking at the television. But then I tried this and I was like, oh wait, this is actually excellent. So that's how this was like a last minute, not my original intended use for these solution. I just wanted to make sure that they would actually fit in the light fixture, so I brought them here to the office for that, and then I was like, oh, actually. As long as you can see, that's all that matters. No, you guys need to see, not me. I could see with just the lights built into the office. That's not enough. Yes, a happy accident. Matter of fact, my new thing is to not turn on the lights unless I'm filming. I used to turn them on more frequently because it is nice to have more light, but then, you know, I'm burning runtime hours. Getting more reflective ceiling tiles help? Probably not. I don't think there's a big gain to be had with that. The problem with making them more reflective is that they would probably reflect more directly instead of softer. So they wouldn't, they would make shadows worse. Oh, Desiak, I have that too. Just a bunch of cheapo LED, like fake fluorescent lights that you just screw to the wall. They're just all over. They daisy chain. It's awesome. Extra of them around the front of the garage so you can pop the hood up. You don't need to put in one of those clamp lights. $16 each. Okay, that's a little different. More diffusing ceiling. What I'm saying is I don't think that it's going to make a difference. I don't think that that can be optimized, or any money put into that would be a waste compared to putting it towards other solutions. It's not going to make a big difference. Daisy chained into 16-foot strips. Oh, okay. They might even be the same kits then. Okay, I hope that was I. Probably was. Okay. Next up is 6. Okay. But I don't care about CRI in the garage, so just whatever cheap garbage there works. 10 pack of 8-footers. Okay, so these are more like 3 feet. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the lighting works, or looks, so I don't have too many criticisms. This I'm cheating because it's such a complicated machine, and the shade of itself and the lighting makes it really difficult, so I have the more direct lighting. But I've done this before, and I did it with the old panels too. This wouldn't be as bad if I didn't have to keep doing the key actuation. That's what's really making this kill. And I'm going really, really over the top on how many times I'm cycling these because I don't want to ever do this again. So I want these to be guaranteed good. So that's why I also marked down anything that was even remotely sticking to do it to. Okay. That was 6. Now we get to skip a bunch down to 4. That one's going to be 4. Yep, I can tell because it didn't spin as freely as the other two around it. It's nice to get the confirmation again that they are sticking. I do wish that I could justify taking the entire thing apart and re-oiling it, but multiply the amount of time we've been here by 10, I think, to do that. So it is not gonna happen because I can't dedicate that time to it and you off camera, and you guys are not going to watch that much of this. Okay. But on the other hand, I didn't know that it would actually be salvageable. So taking the approach that I did meant that I had the least amount of time invested up front before knowing that it would actually pay off. Because that's one thing that really sucks about making YouTube videos, is I kind of have to guarantee that the project is going to work. Because it's a major time loss or sunk cost if it doesn't. Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm going to try it this way. That might be better. Okay. All right, that's 4, on to 3. At least I can say this for sure. There will be no Typewriter next weekend. Unless DZAC manages to find me an Oliver that's in reasonable condition. Then I might be tempted. Rather find H2 overdrive. I looked on eBay for H2 overdrives recently. It's still like that one with the computer that's completely screwed with a Post-it note on it, still listed. There's someone who has 3 of them for sale. They have 2 of them together as a like matched pair. They're selling them for way less than one that they were selling individually, as in a bulk discount, which is just kind of funny. H2 overdrive is going to cost an order of magnitude more than an Oliver. It'd be great if it were local enough to pick up. I would probably bite if it was, because I know that the files exist. And it is just a computer. I don't know what the security setup is like if there's a dongle. So there's a little bit of a question there. Because modern arcade games are a whole other ball game. One of these days, I really need to don my eye patch and peg leg and figure out how Techno Parrot works for that. Because it is, I'll say, possible to play it at home. It's not a low barrier to entry. Is this how they twiddled the bits? Yeah. You use it for initial D? There's at least one person who took a Hydro Thunder cabinet and connected the controls up to use for H2 overdrive. I do not intend to ever do that. I want to leave mine intact as is. I like them too much as they are, and I think it's kind of cool. They have Valley history, so I don't really want to mess with them too much. Everyone keeps calling it ASMR. Gosh. I'm just curious how much. I actually got some oil off on that. Okay, so before we wrap this up, I will wipe down both sides of all cams. That way we don't contaminate the power roller. All right, W, 1, and 0. Basically all the keys left after W. Ugh. Like Hydro Thunder with pedal. You may have, yeah. They were on the Hydro Thunder Discord server as well. Okay. Next. It's good. I've always really wanted one of these. It's a lot of effort. I found out, so I speculated that they would add solenoids to this area of this thing. I was trying to look up random photos of these to see what people might have for typefaces, because it seems like the typeface on mine might be unique. And there was apparently sold on eBay at some point, recently-ish, one of these that was modified with solenoids to be used as a terminal. And it has like a separate weird card punch thing grafted onto this side of it. And it has like the weirdest connectors that you've never seen before. It's probably connected to an ENIAC or something crazy. So even these were modifiable into that, it turns out. Because if you just go and search IBM Electromatic Google Images, you'll find it eventually on Worth Point. Which is a worthless site, I'll just point out. But that's beside the point.
Subscribe with Prime. They subscribe for 29 months. And says evening all. End of line.
Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub there, and for 29, let's see, that's 24, 29 months there. I appreciate it. So Krager Bill, I'm doing a pretty deep lubricant restoration on this so that I hopefully don't have to use it all the time to keep it in good a shape. So that's part of why I'm doing this, because I don't want the next time I dig this out to go and try and use it and then like, oh, all these keys are stuck because I didn't do this. This should actually free them up for a while because I'm flushing the bad oil and replacing it with new oil. Yeah, console steering wheels really have to be anchored. The 360 had an interesting solution with the first party wheel where it had this like set of things that would fold down and wrap around your legs. So what you had to do was take your knees and like spread them out in order to get the wheel to hold in place. But it was really difficult to do that and then also use your feet for the pedals. So it never really like worked, but it was an interesting solution at least. Logitech had the opposite solution for the PS2. They had a wheel that instead of pushing your legs out, they had an insert piece that you could put on the bottom of the wheel that you would pinch with your legs. So you had one solution where you had to hold your knees together, the other one you had to hold your knees apart. Neither one was very comfortable in the long run, and then complicated by the fact that you constantly have to use your legs to do the pedals, so it just was non-intuitive. Oil gets gummy after a while? Well, I mean, yeah, it depends on how long it sits, but that's everything. Like, think about the stepper motors in floppy drives. They're not all completely seized up, and they're the same kind of oil. So it's gonna have a good long while. Hopefully I'm dead by the time it needs to be fully resurfaced. Now Micro Center has Sims, 2 Sims set up. I thought you were saying Sims 2. I was like, I can't blame them for going back. Seems like people don't like the new ones. Okay. All right, that was W. Dead of old age or crushed by your antique typewriter collection. I mean, one way or another, I don't have to oil it again, so you know. All right. The 1 key. Ugh. Have you tried them yet? No, I have Sim at home. I don't need to try theirs. I'm good. Load cell brake pedals are so good. I have used a Logitech G29. I don't like the load cell brake pedals. They're too firm. Oh, not a G29, G920. The PS4 one. Madness. G25 with inverted pedals? Ooh, fancy. I have an actual G29 that I got somewhat more recently that is the King of the Hill wheel for GT5. I have not had a chance to run it in earnest yet. DZAC, I'll have you know, I came this close on Prime Day to buying the monitors. But even on sale, it came out to $2,900 total. I couldn't do it. I couldn't justify tying up that much money. I tried. There's 2 versions of the MSI 4K OLED. One is garbage and you shouldn't buy it. No offense, MSI. But it literally doesn't have a good enough DisplayPort connection to actually be able to drive the panel at the rated speed. So your only option is display stream compression, which to me is unacceptable. The other one is able to do everything that it says it should do at full bandwidth. So that one sounds absolutely phenomenal. But it costs $900 even on sale. That's the difference, and look too far into it. Yeah, so one is like DisplayPort 1.4, the other one is DisplayPort 2.1. So in order to get the 4K 240 hertz, you have to use display stream compression, which means you're not getting 4K. You're getting 1080p color and probably 4K Luma. So that's no. So yeah, I'm not, I just can't do it. Which sucks, because the other ones are like $200 cheaper. Could be worse, could drop to interlaced. And honestly, that's how I feel about it. I'm not gonna spend what would come out to like $2,200 to $2,400 on monitors that are already out of date. That's how I see it. They are already not capable of doing everything they say. It would be like buying an IBM 8514 when there's already the ATI card that can do it non-interlaced. It's like they're both right there. You could buy one or the other, and it's just slightly more money to get the non-interlaced one. You'd be an idiot not to. chroma subsampling isn't a big deal in motion, but you wouldn't want to use it for text. That's the thing, is that I would be using it as a computer monitor. All right, Q, the last key that we need to do this to. Yay! I already suffered through using the PlayStation 3D display as a monitor with VA panel smearing. I ain't doing it. No more compromises. He says with his all Goodwill assortment of monitors. But the thing about the Goodwill monitors is I don't have to feel bad that I spent real money on them. So, you know, there's that. Just run at a lower refresh rate. But yeah, there's better options. There's better options. That's the thing. I don't want to buy it and have it say, oh, it's a 240 hertz monitor, asterisk. I want it to just be what it says it is and not have to worry about it. Like, I don't even have a card that could do that right now. But here's the thing, if I'm spending $3 grand on monitors, I'm never getting rid of them. They're gonna be around for decades. So I don't want, when I finally have a GPU decades from now, that can drive them to not be able to appreciate it because they were not designed to be able to accept it. I've yet to find a good monitor that isn't garbage. I have Asus ProArt from Goodwill. 3090 can't drive that? I mean, I assume that the 3090 is not capable DisplayPort 2.1. I haven't actually looked, it's just older, so I assume that it can't. At the very least, it's not gonna be happy about doing 3 of them at that. Oh, we're so close. That's the last ISO application. I can cap that. The HP displays are really good. I have one over there. The only problem is that it's like a 34 inch, so I don't have anything that I can put it on because it's so giant and heavy. .4A on 3090. Yeah, it's old. It's only valuable because AI bros want it. Oh wow, so it's only 50 series that can actually drive it too? That's crazy. So yeah, it would be future proofing. Because again, I'm not willing to pay that money for that monitor and then not have it be able to actually do what it says on the tin. All is lost in selling your work PC. All right, that's it. That's all the keys. We've done it. All right. That should be the final bit of actual restoration work I need to do on this. I think we're done. I'm gonna brush all these off once here and then flip them all around, do the other side, just to make sure that there's nothing oily or solventy on the cams themselves. And then we will put the whole thing completely back together. This also gives me one more chance to feel them all. That one, not my favorite, but so I'll leave it for now. Okay. These ones are more of a pain. I didn't touch that. All right, that's it. It should be done. This thing should be as ready to rock as it ever will be. I was initially going to clean off this stripe. I don't think it matters at all. Oh, some oil stuff did get on the roller. Okay. We're going to run this for a little bit on its side to see if any flings out of the cams. We're going to actuate every key so that they all spin, and then we'll check to make sure that that's not going to happen. That is what I was trying to avoid by using the air compressor to blow on it. So we'll make sure that that's not going to happen here. So none of them are rotating here. I just want to make sure we don't get any oil on here. Well, that one sounds funky. Probably just because it's on its side. Okay, those all passed. I'm still torn on whether or not I should have this one have a little more space. If we have that much clearance while it's running, I think it's fine. Okay. Big difference in sound there. It's making it. And that's it. I think we're all good. So I can do a full loop of the roller here, check everything. I don't like that. We're at a point now where it's really hard to tell what may be doing that. So that's a pretty big gap on the Silver Sharpie, which is indicative of something pressing too hard on it, kind of like it was up here. So the question is it this one or is it this one? And I think it's this one. Yeah, I think that's, it might be a little tight. All right, I'm gonna back this one out 1/2 turn. So this is semicolon minus 0.5. Wait, no. What? Hold on. Okay, yeah, it is that. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so I need to hold that up there, which means bungee cable. I forgot it's a whole involved process to do this. Where's the bungee cable at? There we go. All right. Been a while since I've done this. All right. Back. 1/2 turn. That's not right. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. Always so fiddly. Tech test, yes, but nothing is going to support it. You would have to write your own software, and at that point, it's not really like the vintage solution anyway. So possible, yes, but sensible, no. Okay, that should do it. I think we're good. I think that's it. Put the power roller back. Actually, I'm going to silver Sharpie that line since I made an adjustment. That way, if I want to accidentally leave a mark somewhere else, if I want to review it in the future, it will be solid. The other ones are what I would call not ideal, but I'm going to live with it. I want to wipe off that one really quick, though. Never mind, that's not happening. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be completely brutally honest. I do not find it impressive splitting the 3 color channels into different monitors. All right. That should be it. So we're going to put the cover back on here, but before I do that, I kind of want to wipe out this channel a little bit first. So I'm going to get a brush and just lightly get it wet with water, and then use that to scrub with a vacuum. Oh, I used to have a nose. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Ah. Okay. Kind of curious how that dries. Ugh. All right. Oh, you know, this is I made this too clean. Now the cover looks horrible. Oh my gosh. Look at it. Ugh. Let's clean the cover. You know, the joking about me writing stuff, you know I write a lot, right? Because I write scripts for the videos. Okay. Ah. Okay. Let's scrub this up a little. This is difficult. Maybe I don't need the vacuum constantly. Oh, that's very dirty inside. At this point, I'm just doing this to pull moisture or air over this to dry it faster. And to see if I can catch and break up anything that's loose on there. I think I need a couple more passes here. Oh, that came out pretty darn well, actually. All right, I'm going to do this, and then I think we call it for this part. I like how I said I wasn't going to go to town cleaning it, but here we are. I think I can eliminate the really obvious dirt splotches, though. I feel like that's just a good idea. Oh, huge difference. Okay, so I think this got slightly bent because the part up here doesn't really go down to where the screw is anymore. So where is the issue? This definitely does not seem right. Multiple layers of paper towel. Try and grab and bend it flat. Let's not smack it on the serrated spool. Okay, now I need to bend the whole thing up. Okay. This is, well, this is all marred up. There's no reason not to just do it directly there. You know, I think actually this does need to be bent slightly down. That was too far. Okay, so that's probably just right for the rear. Man, did I even get a screwdriver on that before? Jeez. Okay, then I'll have to do there. Now on the front, we're not, I mean, I guess that's fully seated there. The screw just does not go as far into the channel as I would have guessed. But we can see you can't get any more fully seated there than that. So I'll just cinch it in right there. And then in the back. All right. I don't think I need to put it on its side ever again. It's got the power roller on it. Okay. So we can put platen back in. Go ahead and adjust margins to be a little more sensible, although I can get to them with the platen in. It continues to be a pain to get this platen in place. There we go. Now, I have some slight bad news that I've been withholding. I'm missing a part. There's supposed to be a paper guide that goes on this. However, I am not sure that it ever had it or if it had it for long. Now, there is a wear mark here from where paper was fed in, but there would be a wear mark along the top where the page guide was slid. So, I think it just hasn't been on there in forever, so maybe it didn't really have it. But I'm okay with it because it means that the paint quality on there is all right. I'm going to go ahead and clean this off a little now, though. Again, that looks better without looking overdone. I really like how this is turning out. I kind of want to continue a little more. You're here now? Mute Solo was just saying, yeah. Okay. Philip, it's all back together. I'm just using a little bit of water on a brush now to go over the painted surfaces to get them a little cleaner. And it's working out pretty well. So I'm going to do it along this channel here and see how that comes out across. And then we can compare it between there and there because that's basically the same. And then I'll probably go through on that after. That was more water than the other times. I think I'm going to want the vacuum sooner. It's hard to make sure that it's fair and totally dry, but this now kills this. WD-40 is mostly inert. I would be open to trying the WD-40. I just don't have any, so I'm just trying the water for right now, which so far is working out pretty well. So I'm going to do the bottom lip here now. Mostly I'm just trying to break it up, get whatever dirt there is suspended in the water, and then use the vacuum to pull the water off of the surface in a way. So, the world's lamest emulsifier. Yeah, the paint is overall still in really good condition other than the touch points, which makes sense because they used it. Like, this is phenomenal. I don't even think I want to attempt to touch. I mean, would love to get those little white specks off where the correcting fluid got on there, but I don't think I want to try too hard on that. Just maybe a light dusting, but that's it. A little bit more in the back, I think, where it's just had a lot of time happen, and then I think we're basically done. So I just want to get the light coating of it that's on there off. I'm going to be extra light on the water this time. Metal polish brings the keys up. Ooh, okay. I love how the IBM manual actually mentions that if the lacquer has gone bad, you can just use like new enamel in it. They just tell you how. So you can get an idea of how, even though I'm going very, very light on this, how big of a difference it is still making. That side was cleaned, that side was not. So it is making a massive difference, even though I'm just barely doing anything to it. There are no remaining issues. This thing is fully functional. This is the victory lap. We're just cleaning it up, and then I got to put it on a shelf and go, yep, I fixed that. Jock, you using a vacuum cleaner? This is an ESD safe vacuum cleaner, but also there are no electronics in this. There's a motor that's connected to a power switch. That's it. This is a ESD vacuum, though. I only have well, that's not true. I have a floor vacuum, but that's, different. Yeah, it needs cleaning. That's the problem. I didn't really get this lip here. The moisture will not get into the wrinkles, thus only lift what's on the surface. Well, that's what the brush is for, though. I'm trying to swirl down into it. Like, I can't really get on this tab stop thing. That's not cooperating as much. I will be very curious to see what this looks like after like a day when it's like definitely had more time to dry. See if any of it does come back, because I don't know. Maybe it will. And then it just looks good because it's wet. But I'm hoping this step that I'm doing is pulling it off. Oh, that dust doesn't okay, it's only in the wrinkles. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of thinking the same thing then. feel like that vacuum cleaner was one of my best purchases I've made for the office. Okay, I do want to do a little more in here, but the vents on the back are calling to me as well. Just a tiny bit here. Yeah, it's the old one. Yeah. In fairness, I didn't know the power rollers are going to become my entire life. All right, we've almost made it a full circle here. A little bit more to break up and get out on this side. It is fixed and functional, and awesome. I'm so excited. That part smelled like rain after I got it wiped off. I have something I know you want now. Uh-oh. Take care on the motor speed ruler. Yeah, that thing is ridiculously cool. This is cleaning up so much more than I thought it would. Holy moly. And I don't think this is over restoring. I think I'm barely doing anything here. Little bit more on this. Actually, I'm not even sure if I did this at all. Does the impression indicator need to be painted again? Nah, it's fine. I want to get a little more on here and just go across the front. Gotta go? All right. It's not equal clean. You're making the original finish presentable. That's what I'm trying for. Oh, tech task is going. All right, see ya. All right, I'm gonna try a little bit on this. I'm gonna be so light. I cannot overstate how happy I am that this says electromatic. This is it for me. This is awesome. Okay. Is there anywhere left here I should be addressing? I could clean the handles. Platen, I'm not particularly keen on messing with too much because I don't want to get chemicals on there that will damage it. So I don't think I want to touch that, even though it does have some spots on it. I think we put the cover, I think we clean the cover now off of the unit, and then we can put it on, and that's kind of it. It's coming out so well. Oh my gosh. All right, let's get the cover going. Where did I put that? That's not what fell, was it? No, okay. I mean, nothing fell. I'm responsible. Here it is. Oh, it's super dirty. Yeah, it really classes down the place now having that on there. So yeah, we put some effort into this for sure. All right. So I definitely want to be protective of the IBM badge there. I love how it's askew because, like, meh, who cares? And the paint, I think, is actually in really good shape. So this is on the surface of the paint. It almost might be chalk. That might actually come off with just water. That is a nick. That is correcting fluid. So that's on the surface. I could attempt to get that off, but I'm not going to because I don't want to damage it. That might be a WD-40 thing. And if WD-40 works on that, it could potentially work in the electromatic badge, but I don't think I'm going to risk it, ever. I don't think it's worth it. All right, let's go. All right, that's not just chalk, so that's going to not come off super easily. No, I'm not going to touch the electromatic. The downside is there's correcting fluid on the electromatic badge. That's the only downside. Thankfully, it's inside the bounds of the characters, so you'd have to do a double take to notice. I'm also going to mostly avoid the IBM badge. I'm going to give it a little bit of a pass there, but that's about it. Whiteout gives it authenticity, yeah. Really is a shame about whatever that pink stuff is. You know, I don't think there's any reason I can't just spritz this directly. A little extra up here I wanted to get off. It's going to take longer to dry it, but this one's a little The coating of dirt on this is a lot thicker. I want to dry this half, and I want to see left versus right. Yeah, definitely circular motion is working really well. This I'm mostly just trying to get the water off. So disrupt it and let the vacuum do its thing. So rough before and after here of what we're going to be able to accomplish. I can do a little bit more along the edges here. It's just difficult with the brush, so I need to get in there a little more. You know, if I had a sink, I would just rinse this, because I can actually see the dirt suspending in the water as I do this. A little bit more here. And maybe a little more in the face right there. just got, that's awesome, from the staff right there. Wait, what now? Oh, at the hospital? Well, thank you. All right, see if we got that corner. Yeah, that looks much better now. Okay. Checked in on your progress is shown. Ah. There we go. Yeah, I can definitely get a feel now for where it needs a little more. So right here, it's not as shiny. So a little more attention right there will probably help. Oh, actually, I swear. Hold on, I'm gonna try and fully cover. Wow. I don't know if that's coming across on camera. You can see the suspended dirt moving in the water. You know what? Screw it. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's doing so much, actually. There's so much still in there. Wow. Yeah, so just this is doing a lot of breaking up dirt. I don't know what you're talking about, Philip. Did I miss something?
81 Raiders from Black Simon have joined. End of line.
Black Simon and Raiders, hello and welcome. So we are currently finishing up the restoration of this electromatic typewriter from this one, based on the serial number that's right here, is from 1946. It is, if I apply power, very eager. It is fully working. I won't type too much on it since I don't have a sheet of paper in there. But we've been spending a lot of time getting it up and running here. And I'm doing a little bit of a victory lap now with getting it all nice and clean. So we're working on cleaning the right side up here at the moment. And you can see the difference between it and the left side. So this just had a lot more dust exposure being directly on the top. So yeah, it's gonna shine. Well, maybe not literally shine because it's crinkle paint. It should be somewhat matte, but yeah, it's coming along. 40s vintage IBM red typewriter cleaning brush. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. But hope your stream is going well there, Black Simon. Sounds like it was a bread stream. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of a surface vacuum here. Try to get this power dried. Yeah, I think I need to go a lot heavier with the water on it. That made a huge difference in how clean that paint is over there now. International bread making stream. Ah. Trying to get this up here because there's still a lot of dust up there. Do you have the HP brush that came with the HP inkjet printer? I do not remember that at all. Oh, whose hair got in there? Wow, again, I can see dust just collecting on this thing. Man. Oh wait, no, don't vacuum, wipe, then vacuum. That way I don't suck as much water into the not actually meant to suck up water vacuum. This might end up being something where I just finish this at home. I'm not sure, because I just where it ran up there, it's so much worse now. That was perfect, and then went up there. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's clearly going to make a huge difference doing stream breaking up. Oh, I am losing some. Let's see, are we stabilizing now? 3492? Okay, I think it might be getting better. Yeah, Middle Geek, we don't want to use soap on this. It needs to be just water, because this is a fine textured paint. I haven't actually shown you guys this up close. This paint is one of my favorite things to see on vintage equipment. So this is crinkle paint. It has a very distinct texture that will almost certainly be utterly destroyed by the video compression. But it forms almost like a topographical map look to it. So I love this look. It's so good. But the problem is, as you can see here, it loves to trap gook and residue and stuff because it's extremely textured. So we're trying to get that out without destroying the texture. So the more solvent I use, the more likely it is to break up the paint. It's like a Titanium Model 4, but doesn't totally suck. A Titanium Model 4 is almost like sandpaper that wants to die. This is, yeah. So a lot of really vintage consumer electronics devices and things have that paint on it. And it's easy to damage the paint. So you got to be very careful. That's why the front in some areas looks smooth, because the paint has been worn off. So here, if I zoom in on this, you can see here it's smooth, and then it has the texture there as it transitions to being worn away to the metal. Yeah, you can repaint that now. There are crinkle paints that you can get, but it's better to not have to repaint it if you can. And this definitely does not need to be repainted. Reduced eye strain, light reflections of the machine while typing all day. I can see that. There's a lot of things that had that though. Like I have a dictation machine that's painted in this. It's actually very related to IBM even. Not an IBM though. All right, I'm gonna do somewhat more of a rough pass on the rest of this, because I have a feeling I'm taking this thing home and a real good bath in a sink. That way I can flush all of it. I'm gonna like kind of soak and wipe this here. Maybe try and prop it up, give it a little bit of time to. Maybe even get in there. And then wipe it off. Bad again. I lowered the bit rate by a whole. Yeah, I'm gonna stop and restart it. Are we back? How's it looking? I've dropped 200 frames, but I think it has stabilized. The moment it seems stable? All right. Let's hope the moment lasts. All right, do a little more here. And then I think we'll go ahead and put it all back together, which is just putting this on, I guess. But putting this on isn't trivial. It's really weird. Oh my gosh, how brown that water is that's on the foam. Ugh. Yeah, this is definitely going to need like a bigger clean. And I hear you on the WD-40. All right. Let's put the crown on its head. Oh, I stopped recording because I'm an idiot. All right, this is gonna need a little bit more deeper cleaning at home, but for right now, I think it's time to put this back on this wonderful machine and let it be complete. It is extremely difficult and annoying to get this on. You know, I wonder if this is... So, it's these hooks, okay? They're almost like springs. I think you're supposed to pull them out, and then they go over these pegs that are on here. There's also alignment pins in the center. It's just really, really, really difficult to get this on and off. So I'm going to use a screwdriver to push those springs open. Without damaging anything, ideally. And there we go. That's it. Wow, it goes on there tight. There it is. One IBM Model 01 Electromatic typewriter. It's so bulbous looking with all the covers back on. Oh my gosh. All right, it's time for a typing test. Ooh, that. Don't touch that. Got it. Type out the patron list. That's not going to happen in the 10 minutes we got left, no matter what. All right, we haven't actually typed on it since we adjusted the impression strength, so I'm curious how this is going to go. I'm going to use some failed supporter printouts for this for now. Touch-up paint? No, because it won't have the right texture. All right, I'm gonna feed in some test paper here. Oh, it's so good. Matter of fact, I'll just leave that up for now. Let's go ahead and try out all of the characters on here. Because I determined yesterday that this thing is weird and the characters are either uppercase or uppercase. It's so strange. Thank you for repairing my typewriter for the stream. Yeah. So, first off, let's adjust our margins to be a little more reasonable here. There we go. Now, I love this thing. It's so good. Ah! So the print quality, other than that 1.0, is really, really good. I could adjust the impression strength if I wanted to make it better. It's still absolutely murdering the paper, though. Wow. It's hitting real hard. Like, here, let me show you. You can see it bleeding through. Green bar? This is not green bar. It's similar, but I guess maybe it's just meant for thicker type? I don't know. Wow. It's not pulling any punches, though. All right, I'm gonna feed this through. Paper was thicker back then? It might have actually been, I guess. I don't know. All right. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to type every single character 5 times for all glyphs so that we have a record of what this looks like, and then I'm going to scan it and put it up on either my wiki or archive.org. And then if someone wants to try and convert this into a typeface that you can use on a computer, go for it, because I think that would be super cool. So let's go ahead and get every character fully, like, snapshotted here. Intriguing. Also, why does it have at? That feels like an anachronism. I'm gonna spacebar the at there. Man, does it need a little bit more for the 2? Here, I mean, I don't really want to hit it any harder. Wow, Octothorpe. I mean, it's making it. I think the hammer channel is weak on that. Wow. Okay. That's, one moment. There we go. I smell something weird and hot. I don't think it's this. Nah, cord's fine. None of that's a problem. It's the lights? I mean, maybe, actually. Hold on. No. It's a GoPro capture fire like all GoPros do. There's no GoPro involved in this. I used to. One moment, let me just poke my head outside. I don't hear any sirens. Smell's not coming back to me. Okay. No, not fun-loving kind of smell. More like burning wood kind of smell. Does it really have an engine? No, it does not have an engine. It just sounds like it. All right, let's try and finish up the typing test. I think I have this set to double line, but I think that's fine for the purposes of this. I'm gonna do one more. There. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna leave it there. I think it needs a little bit more oomph. I don't think it's an alignment issue. All right, here we go into alpha. It just funks all the way over. Yeah, I screwed that up. Okay. Wait, did I not get lowercase y's? I did not. I think I have royally screwed this page up. I think we should just start again. My gosh, it's so hard hitting. Okay. One more time. You know what? I'm just going to do a full shift lock of the entire thing and then do a non-shift lock. That one needs a little more. Okay. Now, non-shift lock. Yes, Wesley, next weekend. Yeah, or next Saturday, yes. Thank you for the 100 bits and the reminder, though. All right, now we will do non-shift lock. Did I miss one? How did I get to... One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, maybe I needed fewer space characters. Okay. And that's it. There is the full typeface of my IBM Electromatic, which is very unusual. I will get that scanned and uploaded. All right. I'm going to record an outro for the video in case I decide not to do a voiceover like an idiot. And then we'll do a proper stream outro here, all right? Someone typed a lot of score marks on that. Typewriter hinge is worn out. Yeah, I think I could potentially lubricate it, but yeah, there were a couple of keys on there where it was struggling. That's for sure. It's still absolutely annihilating the paper, though. I swear some of those basically tore through. Just, jeez. So, like, the S's, they're hitting way, way, way too hard. Like, way too hard. Like, you gotta see this, actually. Like, look at the S on here. Small S tore through the paper. It's set to, like, barely less than minimum speed. It is holes in the paper where the S hit. So yeah, I might just need thicker paper. I don't know. All right, video outro, then stream outro. Okay. Well, that's going to be it for the IBM Electromatic Model 01. I'm still... It wasn't DZAC. S is missing a spring. Do you think the spring slows it down? I mean, it might actually, wouldn't it? Huh. All right, let's try this again. Well, that is every single thing I think I can do with the IBM Electromatic Model 01 there. I still can't believe I actually managed to get one of these, and in how incredible shape it is. There are maybe a couple more things that I could tune. It seems like perhaps cleaning out the hammer basket there might be in order. And that spring that I'm missing on S might actually be important if it's going to be tearing holes in the paper like it seems to be. So there might be a couple more things, but this is an absolutely fantastic example of this thing, and I am so excited to have it. So if you enjoyed this restoration and bring up of this IBM Model 01, you may want to follow the channel because I am sure to find more typewriters that I want to work on at some point in the future. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But for now, that's it, and I will see you next time. All right, there we go. Totally sent screenshots to the previous owner for giggles. Oh, gosh. Oh, dude. It's so good. It works. Oh, my gosh. Manual says the spring slows it down. Well, I'll have to find a spring. That's unfortunate. I would think S would be one of the characters that would be the best to not have a spring because that's a lot of surface area. So maybe I could swap it onto 8 for like a interim solution. Maybe, yeah, 8 is half and 8. So I might be able to get away with that, not having a spring. So yeah, where can we get a scan of the font? It'll probably be on wiki.techtangents later today. So I'll work on that. It'll either be a scan or a very good photograph, but probably a scan. But yeah, look at it. It's the full typeface. Crazy. So, all right. On that, if you all enjoyed, I need to run the outro. That's it. Yeah, I need to run the outro. Here we go. Alrighty. Well, that was an absolutely fantastic experience. I cannot believe how well that worked out. I am so excited about this typewriter. I cannot overstate that. That's awesome. I'm really, really happy. But that's going to be it for now. If you enjoyed these streams, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. I still don't know why shirt callouts are stream exclusive, but they are. That's it for now, and I will see you all next time. Oh yeah, there was a second channel video, but you might have known because I tried the collab thing with the main channel, and it was apparently a good idea, so I might be doing that more in the future. Anyway, bye!